Orange Street, State Pedestrian 84.
84, you need some help? No, we're good. You can start your paper. Copy. 86 cash over there.
Chief, 10-9, the last name 14. Template, Tom, Edward, Mary, Paul, Lincoln, Edward, Tom, Ocean, Nora.
Alright, have a good night.
I'll do the colon. OLS.
You too.
That's Morgan, Mary, Ocean, Robert, George,
012, Charles, 316 002. 012, Charles, 316 002.
06, 79.
3.
1, 2, transport.
Engine 3.
Show 4, Company 3 on scene. Engine 3 will be 20 seconds command.
Company 3 will be 20 seconds command, 15 minutes.
Go ahead. That's Morgan, Mary, Ocean, Robert, George, Nora.
Jennifer showing no operator status out of Alma with Delta, negative 29, 500.
Whitetail, 02, 06, 79.
Same with me, Templeton, First Emily.
Transport.
Date with 2006 1102. 2006 1102. Female white number.
322 posted.
Where you going?
Go ahead.
Emily is also showing no operator status out of Alma with Delta, negative 29.
Temper King is the male en route to Vallejo.
Three to command, lead from it. I copy him as 12 and last name Elliot. Go ahead. Alan Lincoln, Adam, show action, take it. 2008 06 12, LA. Action taken 17 minutes.
Before you do copy that, Jack. Right. 16, 11, 12, copy, one percent.
16, 11.
Yeah, we Marbury at Kansas and Cedar. 341 AM. 13 minutes. You may run to 520 East 8 Orange Street. Attempt to contact Amy Sanchez. Arbisa has not heard from her. She was arguing with her husband earlier.
Number 99, the one at Keith Road.
This time.
Active, and they will execute.
Together.
Operator.
4 hours. 30 minutes.
Trailing down.
92nd, setting point for Kansas City 20, Henry, Mary, X-ray.
13 minutes.
What are you starting me, second? 1611 information. RP wave about an hour. Give us a call. 380 back. 20's at the upper line. 3 call. 40 minutes. Thank you, 14 minutes.
One for guys.
10-15 adult female en route to downtown. Go for 380.
20,000. Morgan Valid, London. Line. Clear returning. AC. A1. 314 returning. Okay, both units en route, 7601 Cornet Street, apartment 10. Archie lives at this apartment, but is calling from another location in county. She was fighting with her boyfriend and left. Archie was crying. Boyfriend Brandon Esco, concerning breaking property. She wanted to leave the apartment and claimed she was not battered. Archie's going to be calling from 6022 Antioch. Brandon's a white male, 25 years old, last seen wearing no shirt with long dark shorts. Archie would like a call back after officers checked the apartment at 17 minutes. Medic 35, 39 from Prospect, call, police on CNA4. Medic 35, 39 Prospect, call, police on CNA4. Arriving. 50382.
I'll be around to the dispatch address.
19 minutes. For the sound of shots fired at 7805 Carter Street, apartment 12. 20 minutes.
352 traffic.
312, sound of shots fired at 7805 Carter Street. RP only heard one shot. Unknown direction of travel. Only a minute delay. 20 minutes. 312.
Go ahead. 296 Henry North, Henry. There, Baker West. 20 minutes.
322, unit 310. Traffic stop, 92nd place in Pointer. Disturbance, 707 North Creek Road. 20 minutes. Mill Creek Road. RP's 24-year-old lives at this address with his parents. Female in the background saying RP is intoxicated. RP says his mom is trying to take his dog and is screaming at her. And RP also heard the call taker that hung up. There's a detailed call to this address. 21 minutes. You touch his heart. 980, call Depot William, Kansas.
Yeah, it's 23 minutes.
Hopefully do a quick dump and go. They're just unloading the passengers. Sounds good. Thank you. One,
312, right?
23 minutes. Go ahead.
you show me arrive on that call on start up there.
I copy 23 minutes. 101 arrived. 24 minutes.
341 to 321.
14-6.
$341 to $321.
Per minute.
One next is now west for Pit Monster 95. We're at 2223. 16 total arrive. 5 minutes. It's working 24. Yeah, 12, just tell 25 minutes.
I copy, I'll be around from the station.
25 minutes.
Responding. Stabilize at 25 minutes.
343. Can you show me an out of your CP? 25 minutes.
331 Austin, take any time for the night. I'll be up in here.
The Appalachian address just called in and would like to talk to an officer number.
First time I back in the truck.
1253.
105.
John Frank 1. 1253.
Back in Germany.
Jonathan Monson, 22 expiration in Kansas City. Jared Ryan, Melville.
26 minutes. 105 arrived, holding air channel 325.
The Brandon, 34th Terrace. Company on a green car. 4. Right on active.
26 minutes.
Right now, I'm going to previous license of 30 minutes.
Calling 322 and any
Broadway, southwest of downtown Kansas City.
322. 92 flight.
Company 3 available at 30 minutes.
Wow, Town Topic is busy.
317-322, 7938 Santa Fe Drive. There's a Hispanic female outside behind the dumpsters in the back of the business. Very disoriented. They asked her to leave the bar when she came inside approximately 20 minutes ago because she was already in talks. 25 minutes.
She was uninjured. Just gonna do that Muhammad party
20 minutes.
Excuse me.
2412, go ahead. Hold on, Paul. Look into that warrant. K10, maybe, sir. Info. Yeah. 20 minutes. Can you change this to outside agents? You're going to sign me a case number?
29 minutes.
341, 1045.
Apartment 17,
Copy, thank you. Go. 30 minutes. Go ahead.
front door. Gender in area checking contact. 605 10 apartment 7.
Gonna have another car. Stand by. You got 30 units out there? Hold on. 30 minutes.
Apartment 7.
341, not bad. 33 Charles Roy Adams. 30 minutes.
Edward Nora George. Edward Lincoln. Christo Pauline. Paul Adam Union. Lincoln Ida. Edward Measurement. Middle initial A. Lake Field Edinburgh 911 6209
2412, copy tag. Go ahead.
311 or 323 checking.
Okay.
30 minutes.
Check out 13426 Woodruff.
Alabama tag 33, Adam 00, Robert Moore.
My brace David on her ring camera. She observed a truck drive down into her circle drive. She's not sure if taking anything or if they've messed with any of their items. They're currently out of town at this time. Requesting a deputy to respond. Okay. 37 minutes.
Returns negative on a Nissan Altima to a Wayne West. 33 minutes.
Engine 3. Show company 3 quarters. Fires at 38 minutes.
Can I ask his call for equipment, please?
646. Nora Henry Boy. 646. Nora Henry Boy. You don't get a response. Try that last digit is D. David. Can barely read it.
Why don't you just stop there?
D. David. D. David, it comes back to a Rodney Gilmore on 2020 Ram Chevy Malibu expired 5/31/23.
1132, transporting to you.
Copy vehicle stop. Fuel Espresso. I don't know what type of vehicle it is. Black convert. Occupied by 3. And it will be 646. Henry Boy. 334, 39 minutes.
Engine 71 clear.
Engine 71 clear. 2411, you can show me out at 12.
35 minutes.
Hey.
321310. Go on. I got one for approval. Copy, I'll take a look.
Do you have a name and phone number for the RP?
Check work when you're ready for it.
I give Kansas City a call with information. I talked to her dad, and they were talking to her on the phone.
Did you try?
Yeah, go ahead.
Phone number 415-797-8740. 415-797-8740. Should be a Christian.
It's going to be 10408 Northwest 57th Terrace, 10408 Northwest 57th Terrace.
Correction.
checking on that. This other suburban white female, about 39 years old. It's your husband's child, and she's threatening to commit suicide by taking alcohol and pills. She does have health issues. The husband's going to be en route from Gladstone, 20-minute ETA. He's going to be driving a silver Lexus. They advise that she probably will not answer the door. 960, I copy. Just information on that previous call, I just noted together that special patrol request was created. See the list out. No special patrol request was created. 29, I'll get her on 25. 29, I'll see you in a quick minute. Patrol en route of a flat on the driver back. Side. And he's going to come and carry him off the highway so we can see if we can get it changed. Copy information.
I have medical route for a female subject highly intoxicated, approximately 30 to 40.
Copy and verifying. Alert conscious breathing. 39 minutes.
13, you might want to let them know they're behind the business.
39 minutes.
Those questions. Captain Service HBO. Back in service. driving through the area. Said that she's been missing since about 7 p.m. We don't have a clothing description, but she said yesterday she was within the neighborhood area when she went and looked for her. Howdy. 1490 Waycross Summit number 103 advised her boyfriend went outside with a canine. There was a black man in a white tank top along with another male, no description. He pointed at him and began following him. They hauled him back to the hanging around. And RP does wish to be contacted in 30 minutes. Frank 4, Charles Robert 1, 7 Unit 6, John Tom Mary, 0515.
just heard. Oh, wait. There we go. I just saw that cop car go by with licensed sirens headed for Chessport, so I might go check on it again. Yeah. Oops. Hey, I better turn off my my thing here. Turn on my scanner. And I gotta go check on a stabbing that happened quite a while ago, so it's probably nothing. But it said EMS was called.
Nora, Ida, Charles, Henry, Ocean, Lincoln, Adam, Sam, date of birth 01-23-1995, 01-21995. It's a white male.
Yeah, I think I got it figured out to where there's three general categories of what everybody says are homeless people. The first is genuine homeless, which are people who are trying to get out of the homeless situation. There are houseless people, or people who choose to live without four walls. And then there are vagrants. And the vagrants are the ones who give all the people who really need the help the bad name. And, you know, it is hard to be an advocate when you're dealing with a lot of people who essentially are in a situation because, you know, drugs, alcohol. And yeah, there are a lot of people who have mental issues, but generally when you observe, you see that the ones with mental issues are usually
1037, can you put a picture of him in chat?
Mental issues coupled with drugs and alcohol, and one could argue whether it's the drugs and alcohol that cause the mental issues. But not always, and you know,
Corporation information, number 20.
it's very hard to advocate. It's hard to not be judgy too.
Address in Riverside, showing I please.
It's like at that Quick Trip there, I say hi to one of the clerks quite a lot. She's very friendly, and we've talked a little, and she's complained that she's had to try to be a clerk and also try to be the on-site security. And there have been a few times I've gone in there, and there are other convenience stores, and you see one lone female clerk manning the whole place and having to deal with it. Situations that I know they could easily be overpowered on. And I'm not just talking about urban, inner city Quick Trips like that one. I'm talking, like all over the city. Matter of fact, I noticed a lot of convenience stores no longer do 24-hour. They close their lobbies because they just can't deal with the. Probably can't deal with a lot of things. Mainly, paying people to be there overnight in the slow hours, but also they can't have people there overnight because gas stations, convenience stores become the places where people go to seek refuge from cold weather and things like that. And it's interesting to see how homeless shelters deal with it. Many homeless shelters, for better or worse, are run by Christian organizations, and they expect you to come in and be proselytized in exchange for food and a place to sleep. But I've talked to a few of them, and they have a lot of requirements for people. They have to be clean and sober when they're inside, and they can't be messing with other people inside, which You and I know that happens. That's one of the big reasons why a lot of people don't want to go to homeless shelters. And you kind of have to prove yourself. I know one where you have to, you can't just walk in there and say, "Give me a bed." You have to basically prove that you're serious about helping yourself. Yeah, I think, I don't know if it's my mic that's low or if it's this scanner that's high. Thanks for letting me know, because I don't know. I don't see anything happening in Chessboard here. Pretty slow night. Actually, I think I ought to switch this over to instead of doing Hump Day night, which is Thursday morning, doing this more or less on Friday morning. For whatever reason, Friday mornings Westport is very busy for, weekdays. But I kind of use that as my gauge. That's a little busy tonight. I kind of use that as my gauge to see what the city might be like, that and the weather. There've been in the recent weeks, there've been some shootings here in Westport at pretty much the same place. And it brings up all the old debates about curfews, and it doesn't seem, curfews aren't going to make much of a difference because the people often shooting each other are in their 20s. And a lot of the east side bars have a over 25, and some of them have an over 30 requirement. And I guess that cuts down on the violence. Alright, we're going to Berkeley Riverfront for a shooting. The weather is beautiful, which is bad. Beautiful weather is bad. I drink my Gatorade. When you caught me, I was actually in that Quick Trip using a facility, if you know what I mean. And it's a good thing that they have that security, because it's cut down on the trashing of the bathrooms. Like I said, the clerks in there, a lot of times they get so busy just trying to keep the merchandise in the store. And, and on the nights when there was one or two of them in there, somebody goes in and trashes the bathroom, all they can do is put up an out of order sign on the bathroom. Alright, what are we doing here? Sometimes you gotta guess where the route is with these cones. Especially at night when people make it a sport. I think that the bird surfers come along just for fun and knock them over. Now, since they've blanked out the Kansas City Police on the, you can't hear them on the scanner anymore. You only hear one call, and it's usually a fire department call or EMS stage for a shooting. And that's the only time you'll hear it. And if you miss it, then the next time you might hear it is if the public information officer for the Kansas City Police Department, usually, will put out a press release saying, hey, I was there, and this is what we know about the shooting, and, please call the TIPS hotline if you have any information, standard stuff. And Kansas City, Missouri Police Department's always been very good about trying to keep the public informed as to what they're doing. Yeah, they did. Yeah, we used to listen to all the overnight chases and stuff, and the police would get out of their car. I used to joke that my impersonation of a Kansas City police officer is, I am chasing a suspect, because you'd hear them running and talking on the radio. I am wondering, although the one time I went in there, I wasn't too impressed by it. There's a coffee shop that I just passed, and there's a whole block of businesses that are open late at night, and I'm wondering if I...
What was your location you were going to again?
Well, many people are speculating that the police are doing it because of the, what was that called? The one would be the Black Lives Matter movement, and the other would be the, I forgot what it was called, where people were wearing the Guy Fawkes masks, and when they would, if police would pull somebody over, they'd show up with their cell phones and take video of them and stuff like that, and which is fine. Police should be able to handle that. But what isn't fine is when people are very confrontational with the police. I'm like, no, just like we were always taught, no matter what, mind your P's and Q's, be respectful. I'm just trying to guess where the route is. I need some cheese after this maze. Boy, I hope I'm not in the wrong, because I'm going to end up in a trench if they steer me in the wrong direction here. We got to follow the little tiny signs that say keep right. Yeah, don't give them excuses. Most of my dealings with the police have been very cordial, and haven't had any problems. At one time, police actually helped us out a lot, so I'm very grateful to them. But I think everybody can have a story about an officer who is either having a bad day or a bad life or whatever, just needs to have a different job, different profession, who basically gives all police a bad name. But that's true of any profession. I don't know about, this a move on to demonetize police and everything else like that. I don't know about that. I think we're starting to see the writing on the wall on that one. There's a balance. And a lot of people complain about the militarization of the police and everything, giving them basically a paramilitary weapon force, but I think it quite often depends on the department, the reputation of the department, and that is true. My wife's been watching a show on, I can't remember what channel it's on, but the same people who did The Wire. It's about the Baltimore police, and it's called, I think it's called We Own These Streets, and it's about corruption in the Baltimore Police Department, and how all the corruption is basically backfired. And then I started wondering, I'm not a fan of forfeiture. I don't believe in forfeiture, but if they confiscate drug money and things like that, and that nobody's ever going to claim that money, basically it has been forfeited to the city state, why don't they just kind of divvy it up and hand it out to the cops, to who got it? Instead of saying you're being corrupt, just get rid of the corruption factor and say, hey, you got this stuff, here's your bonus. And that gives the police an incentive to actually get the guns and drugs off the street. I started thinking about that. I was like, man, instead of giving police lower salaries and every reason to want to be corrupt, get rid of the corruption by basically saying, hey, you're going to take it anyway. We'll just come up with a fair system of dividing up the spoils. They might. Yeah, I know. That's the other thing. Police, like this shooting I'm going to, 9 times out of 10 I go to these things, nothing. And I jokingly refer to them as the vagrant shootings, where some homeless person with mental issues, or a vagrant with mental issues, I won't say homeless because by my definition a homeless person wouldn't do that, but a vagrant with mental issues calls the cops, says there was a shooting, and then sits and watches the cops as they come by, and cheap entertainment. And the police spend an exorbitant amount of time. I'm trying to say a big word. I can't think of it right now. They spend a lot of time, a huge percentage of their time, chasing after mental problems. And That's one thing that they were talking about doing, is taking some of the money away from buying weapons and equipment and stuff like that, and investing in kind of a squad that can be more or less um, designed to deal with these kind of issues. You know, people with more social training, social worker training. That's true too, you know, and maybe it can be divvied up in ways where, you know, part of it goes to that, and part of it goes to police bonuses, and part of it goes to, but you know, I don't know. No easy answers on that one. I've been to Baltimore. I can't say I'm very impressed by what I've seen in Baltimore. And there's a person sleeping on the sidewalk right there. At least I hope they're sleeping. All right, almost to Berkeley. Yeah, that's ridiculous. They did that all over the country. That was a thing that Ronald Reagan was big on. Let's shut down all the mental health facilities and just declare all these people cured and make them all outpatient. And it was like, well, you made them all outpatient, and now they're not getting any treatment at all. Not that being admitted to a mental health facility was in many ways much better, because in the old days, all they did was drug people up and warehouse them until they died. All right, there are my first responders, and they're going away. Looks like they're going away brokenhearted. So this is my typical, going to be my typical. I'm not even going to see any blinky lights around here. I'll be very surprised. Of course, I say that, and then I round the corner, and there it is. Ooh, there's a blinky light. Maybe that's it right there. Hang out here and see if there's any police tape. Are they putting up police tape? I see another cop car over there. Looks like he's patrolling around. Let's find a place to turn around. Is that a cop car or minivan? That's a cop car. Waiting impatiently for me to make up my mind. No outlet. There's a convenient parking lot here. I can observe things. So, if what I just heard, which I don't know why I would hear it, is that there was not so much a shooting, but people shooting. Like maybe nobody was shot, but there were shots fired. Oh, I didn't know that. Weird. Okay, one cop car just left. They're not putting police tape up. If there was a body on the ground, there would be more police cars than that, and they would be putting up tape and everything else. Yeah, I was out chasing in it. I didn't catch the actual nader, but was out in it checking on things, and then we spent the morning showing the damage, and the last cop car just left. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Time to go pick up my TV. Boy, they really don't want to give you much choice here. Do not enter. Don't turn that way. Then the other side of this thing, it says do not enter on that side. So, weird. Yeah, those kind of straight line wind things, situations, it's real hard to see them. They're very brief, usually. Although these were on the ground, one was on the ground, I think they said 14 minutes or 14 miles. It was really quick. And I think what happens with those fast moving storms is that they create their own vortices and so they're very quick, usually rain wrapped. Although some people took pictures and say they think they see a tornado in it. So there was a total of 4 tornadoes last night, according to Weather Service. One that hit the Johnsons along 95th Street, pretty much right along the corridor, runs right next to Oak Park Mall. And one south of Buckner that actually started in East Independence and went for quite a ways. And then 2 very weak ones in Miami County. Alright, I'm in the wrong lane here, so I need to get over, and this guy right next to me is not letting me. He's being very persistent about not letting me. Which, of course, as you know, as soon as he passed me, he went in the other lane anyway. I swear sometimes people do that kind of thing on purpose. If you can't be anything, just be in the way. Yeah, I was a fool and was working in it last night. Was driving around. I was not on two wheels, but I did hit a downed tree branch. Put a couple of new scrapes on the front of my car, which I'm not happy about. Huh. Well, we are in the process of raising an 11, soon to be 12-year-old. And the mentality of a 12-year-old is the exact same mentality that a lot of people have when driving. You know, I have to be first, I got to be in front of you, I'll do anything, and you're right. All that ends up happening is at the very next light, you're waving at them, usually sitting right next to them, if not right behind them. And it's not worth all the weaving in and out and the near accidents and the stress that it causes, but people do it because essentially they have not matured much since 12. And we are in the process of at least trying to educate them out of it. But, you know, it's something that kids have to learn to grow out of. But unfortunately, I guess some people don't grow out of it and are permanently stuck at the maturity level of a 12-year-old. Huh. Yeah, I remember last night we were rushing because we were late to get somewhere, and the GPS said that we would arrive. We were supposed to be there at 6:30, and it said we would arrive at 6:43. And even though I was pressing it and going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, and trying to do everything, go as fast as I could, we arrived at 6:43, just like the GPS said. Made absolutely no difference. Now, maybe you could go 100 and get there faster, but not much. So it's just not worth it. And nowadays you can push a button, set your speed at 55 or whatever the speed limit is, and basically just steer the car. And if somebody gets in front of you and is going a little slow, the car will automatically sense that and slow down for you. And, you know, keep your foot close to the brake in case the car doesn't see something ahead of it and doesn't want to slow down. But essentially this car will drive itself, and you can take your hands off the steering wheel and the car will actually stay in the lane, and then about 5 seconds it'll beep at me here in a second. There it is. LTA, hold steering wheel. I don't know what LTA means, but it gives me a message saying, hey, you need to hold on to the steering wheel. And somehow it senses that don't have my hands on the steering wheel. But this car will almost pretty close to being autonomous. And that's pretty much being put in standard in all cars now. It's I don't know what they call it. It says radar ready. When I hit the brakes, radar ready means that when I hit the cruise control again, it'll go into a radar mode, and it can stay in its lane. It'll even steer through a curve. And if I don't signal, which I need to watch out for that, I think that was a woman there. Uh-oh, code blue, somebody's not breathing. But it will steer around a curve. Now, it won't make corners, and it will not stop for a stoplight. And sometimes, if I let it go, it will actually not stop for a car, and then it will go into an emergency mode. If it senses a car ahead of you, it'll go beep 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 beep, and it'll stop suddenly. But I don't test it. And you know, the instructions say, don't take your hands off the steering wheel, and don't rely on this system. It's just there to assist you. Yeah, we've done that. As a matter of fact, we told them about meditating and being calm and still, which kids, that's a joke. And they're like, oh, our mom and dad taught us that. And they're like, no, they didn't really teach you that. They just... Don't get me started about their parents. Alright, I see some blinky lights here. It's a ambulance at the bus stop. Yeah, we, in an odd sense, something that teaches you a lot about patience is Catholicism. And we take them to church regularly on Sundays. Same time, you know, the routine, the whole 9 yards, with the caveat that we want them to be open-minded and learn about other things as well. But they can't learn about other things if they aren't introduced to one thing. Yeah, we're already hitting that stage, unfortunately. Alrighty. I'm coming in to pick up my TVU, and now what I do is if I can figure out how to do it, I flip it around so everybody can see my many chins. I used to just turn the whole thing off, and then I was stuffing it under the console so people could see my red light down there. But now it's just like, I can turn it around. There's nothing anybody can see. Just a parking lot. Yeah, I agree. A lot of similarities, and you know, I had an argument with an evangelical Christian that Buddhism was a pagan religion, and that that we should not, if you even think of practicing it, you're not a Christian. And I'm like, well, actually, Buddhism, for the most part, is a philosophy, and much of the philosophy is actually what Christ taught. And they're like, how dare you compare Christ to... And I'm like, I dare. Because I believe Christ came after Buddha, and there are many indications that Christ and the early Christians were actually influenced by travelers from the Near East who had been introduced to Buddhism. Alright, gotta get my TVU. Woohoo! And I gotta put this silly thing on because the beer influenza is on the rise. BRB.
County is done by Billy. Hardy's coming back over to North County.
Band 44 back.
Change that with me.
He says we'll be with you.
Okay, left my two doctor. We're on the ground safe.
For like hello, advice and release.
Oh, that's clear. I copy.
$225 cash or $1,000 surety. Go ahead. Copy off day. You too.
Respond, illegal burning. Car wash, 3700 South Nolan Road. Illegal burning, 3700 South Nolan Road. Streets are 37th and Nolan, Squadron 125, District 2 at 200 hours. Item. 318, copy available. Clark at 13, Squadron 62, District 8 at 201.
Jones, Granby, nothing further. Copy and route.
Alrighty. My thing turned itself off. Or if it's because I killed the battery.
Respond medical call at Super 8, 4032 South Windcourt Drive, apartment. Car 8, Truck 2 medical at Super 8, 4032 South Windcourt Drive, room 228.
Super hate. Maybe I should try this one.
It's a white Kia Forte. Kansas license 450, Mary John. I'm waiting for the response from Katie or now.
I think I have this in backwards. How did I do that? Didn't know it could go in backwards. Slow motion, HDR, time lapse, time shift, loop recording, standard, burst, star lapse. Oh, I like that. Night.
Responding in the medical at Super 8, 4032 South Windcourt Drive, room number 228. Subject having an asthma attack.
4K.
Nolan, Squadron 126, District 2 at 206.
Put this on there like that. Right, hook up the power to it.
Missouri license George 7, boy 2, Sam. George 7, boy 2, Sam. It's going to be on a silver Pontiac BT-series.
Indy Linear, George 7, boy 2, Sam checks back on a 3 Pontiac passenger to Gary, Kansas City, expiration 23. No one.
I don't know what I'm doing with this thing.
3 King Edward, Robert 65, 3 King Edward, Robert 65, Missouri. Look at a 1994 pickup to Kelsha and Jeremy James out of Kansas City. Expires June 22.
Alright. It's doing something. Oh. Well, that's a long.
Last name's going to be Thurian.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I understand that. Let me see. Do I have this app in my phone? Information and reading. That's a funny category. Social, health and fitness, entertainment, creativity. That's where it would be. Insta.
I have to go around and come south of Neil Charles.
How if I could spell Insta? 360. That's the name of this app that is not super user friendly. Yeah, we have 3 kids and they all love to tattle on each other. And last night they were playing this game of tattling because they didn't want to go to bed, by coming out each one several times to tattle on each other. And finally I said, all right, the next kid, I said to the last kid that came out, go get the stool and put it in front of the door. Now the next kid that comes out is going to stand on that stool until we go to bed. And they quit tattling, and actually the lights went out and they all went to sleep. So it worked. I don't know if you can gauge the effectiveness of your parenting skills. There's only one way, and if it works. And then later on, you'll have some doctor or professional will tell you that your parenting skills were horrible. You scarred them for life. But the one thing that we use on them that we do know is that they don't like to stand. And we tried to do the standing in the corner. We have one kid with very, very busy hands who will literally tear up the corner. So instead of standing in the corner, we make them stand on a stool in the middle of the room where they can't touch anything and they can't do anything. And they hate it. And I would too, because it's after a while you really start, standing in one place, your legs and everything starts hurting.
Squad 8 available at 213.
Here's the thing about grounding kids. You cannot ground kids without grounding yourself as well. So the grounding sounds great, except that you ground yourself. Connect. Alright, that's fairly easy. Complete. What? Connection failed. Why? . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . stop shooting and try to connect again. That's why. Complete. Confirm. Join. Here's another thing about parenting that's actually kind of awful. Sometimes you love it when they tattle. How else do you know what your kids are up to? Time lapse. Boy, I really don't know. Let me go back and watch it. Yeah, that looks about right. All right.
Siri here. Let me know if I can help.
No, you can't help. Who asked for Siri? All right, let's try this thing. It won't give me an actual preview. Oops. All right. Still looking at me in the dark. Oopsies. There we go. I've killed my scanner. Well, I guess I don't need this thing anymore.
And she stated that it happened. Her daughter's friend ran over to the front desk to tell them that it happened, and then called her, and she called in.
Something happened.
From a car watch, even though she's stating that they should be calling as well.
Uh-oh, something happened at the Econo Lube. Well, that's the thing about parenting. You don't know if you're being good or bad or great or... And you could be probably a terrible parent and have a good kid, and they recover from your terrible parenting and do all right. Or you could be a great parent and have a kid that's just not going to make it no matter what. So let's hope that's not true. Our philosophy right now is we're going to try and keep them very, very busy doing things, which means we have to be very, very busy, and try and introduce them to as many things as possible. Like, I'm a very strong believer now in music programs. I think that if you really want to educate your children, then teach them how to play an instrument. by learning how to play an instrument, you were teaching them many things at once. One is actually math, because reading music is essentially math, applied math. Uh-oh, somebody needs attention in the park here. Oh yeah, teaches math, teaches all the team building skills that you would ever need in your life. There is a huge social aspect to it. It is one of the best teachers, bar none. And all the things they attribute to athletics apply about 100-fold to music. And the band students should not have to go door to door selling crap to people when all the school's budget goes into their athletic program, which only reaches about 2% of, at most, of all the students. And I think it should be reversed. I think the football team, when they need to go to their next meet, should be the ones going begging door to door, not the band, not the. In my high school, we did not have orchestra, did not have any stringed program, and I asked why not, and they said, well, there's no money, and besides, you can't play a violin at a football game. And I was like, that's a real boogin effing attitude. How about we do away with the football program and invest in an orchestra program, and then go to the local businesses and tell them, you want a football program, why don't you pay for it? And I guarantee you there's so many people that love football that you would never lose your football program. You would just fully fund it from local businesses. And then don't tell them, the music students, that their only worth is to be a side ornament to the football and basketball games. That's a weird display. I've never seen that before. Maybe my cars. Yeah. Let the girls play? No. Give them equal billing. Because, there are aspects of sports that I do respect. The team building and building respect and everything. But, again, sports is overrated in this country. And that 2% figure is probably really accurate, because they don't care about the bench warmers. They'll say, well, it teaches team building and athletics and exercise program. I'm like, yeah, well, your bench warmers don't get any of that. The coaches won't even look at them. They only look at their star players. They only coach their star players. They don't even really coach their star players. They just kind of stand by while their star players do the thing, because their parents have been paying professional coaches to coach them. And everybody gets left out, and that becomes the number one lesson in our society, that if you're not the number one star ace that everybody fawns over, then you have no worth, and screw you. And I couldn't even get a coach to say hi to me because I was such a lousy runner. But he was best friends with the star runner. Not to mention the fact that they hire these goons who can't even themselves half the time read or write, and they give them a candy ass teaching position so they could keep them to be the coaches, and then the students get the side benefit of having to deal with a coach who's lesser educated than some of the kids in the classroom teaching the class. Oh, we had some real winners. And the worst thing was, in my high school, when I was in high school, our football team was like, never won a game. And they still coddled and held on to these coaches and gave them teaching positions where they couldn't teach, barely read or write themselves. And it was a real waste of time. I remember there was this blonde girl that I kind of had a crush on. She was sort of the valedictorian of the school, forced to take a history class with one of these coaches who taught straight from the textbook and had slides made for him on the slide projector. And full of misspellings and everything. He write every so often he writes something on the chalkboard, misspell half the words, and he got into her ass because she called him on it. And she said, "Why am I wasting time with you? Why am I wasting time in this class?" Because the school says it's a requirement, and I have to take it, and then I have to sit here with you. And I'll tell you something about that driver's ed coach. He was a horrible coach too. And I know this. Anybody who believes that coaching is about screaming at people and being an asshole is the first thing they teach you about coaching, and all the best coaches in the world know this fact. You have to be able to read your players psychologically. And it's not about screaming at people and being an A-type asshole. 75%, about 75% of all human beings are not the type of people you can insult or bully. That's a rarity, and we all think these people who bully their A-type players into, and it's like, nope, that's about 20%, and that's proven fact. And the best coaches know this and know how to talk to their players, and they know the 20%, and they get in their ass, and they yell at them and stuff, because that makes them play better. But the rest of them, they have to actually encourage and uplift and talk to them right and nice. And there is not a damn coach that has ever won a game that doesn't know this. And that's a dirty secret. Oh, well, it's all about being this A-type asshole. No, it's not. one of the first things that coaches are taught to do now is to measure their players to figure out what type of people they have. And there are some actual interesting little tests you can do. And it's great because it cross applies to everything in life. Oh yeah, yeah. Same thing at my school. And that's why we had the losing us team, because we had these guys who believed they knew everything about coaching and they knew nothing. They knew nothing about teaching, they knew nothing about coaching, and the best thing our school did was fired their asses after putting up with them for so long. And they finally did something right and hired a coach that started winning. And I bet you that coach knew how to talk to people. You know, the same thing applies to a boss. You know, when you go into the workplace and you have this boss who's just, their philosophy is make everybody compete against each other, tear everybody down, yell and scream at people, and then you end up with a really horrible, inefficient workplace. It ends up usually being shuttered, and nobody sees it. Nobody sees that the problem comes down to this inefficient, horrible way of thinking. Well, wouldn't it be funny? Maybe there would be no punk rockers if there wasn't the asshole coaches. There would be no need. Hey, it's my sister. How's it going? What makes you stay up so late? Oops. All right, where is that? 44th Street South. Hold on, I need to look that up. Since they don't come out and say who they are. Alright. Turn my blinkers on. Hope that doesn't attract. Ooh, 44th Street. That's Independence. Alright, looks like I might be heading to Independence. 44th Street South. That makes sense. That's south of the highway. Because I just hate the way Independence does their addresses. And that makes sense. That's not on Pulse Point. Let's see, how do we do this? Whee! Huh. That's so strange. I'm coming to 44th Street South. It almost looks like I'm coming into your neighborhood too.
No, it's around south of 10.
This might even be weather related. It sounds like they're talking about arcing electric and trees on power lines. It could be from leftovers from last night. Straight down I-70. Never driven this road before. Let's see. Stay in your lane warning. Beep, 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 beep. Sometime tonight I need to read my mail. Phew. Smells like a sewer around here. Yeah, and the funny thing was that the jocks ended up having so much fun, I bet, that they kept going to the shows so they could slam dance and ended up becoming punk rockers themselves, which I remember in the mid 90s when that 12-year-old mentality took place on the at the shows, and it became a thing to see how tough we could be and how we could hurt each other slam dancing. And a lot of us were like, guys, this is no fun if the girls are discouraged from participating, because half the fun of slam dancing is you get to meet the girls, and it's a great way of meeting girls. And these jocks didn't care. They just wanted to go out and hurt people and throw punches and start fights. Yeah, I might end up getting into a tirade about how that kind of thing changed the scene from being something where outsiders and misfits were, one of the few safe places they could be, to where it started turning people into outsiders and misfits, because the jocks and I get in trouble for saying this, but the jocks and the frat boys took over. And then when you say that kind of thing, the jocks and the frat boys get upset. Well, you're being just judgmental. I'm like, well, what's always amazing to me is how many people really have this perception of themselves that they don't fit in, but they try to normalize themselves. And so, uh, like my initial attitude towards punk rock back in the 70s, 76, 77, when it started, was I believed what the media kept saying about the punk rockers, that they were just these awful criminal people, yada, yada, yada. And it wasn't really till the early 80s when I started getting into some of these things. And of course, I was an artist, an art student, and everything else like that, I started getting into some of that. And I could have, at that time, really gone for it, except that by that time, a lot of the kids who were into that kind of thing had an air of superiority about them, that they just basically drove people away from them because they were like their own little fraternity. So I guess in many ways that was a blessing in disguise because, sometimes when something presents itself as one thing, but really it's a full parody of lampooning, if that makes any sense. Why? So I really didn't get involved into this stuff until I was in the Air Force with my friends. We started doing the band and everything. Started really getting into it in the early 90s. What, pretty much when I came of age in my 20s. Hypocrisy is the human condition. We are all hypocrites. All right, let's see if there's anything here. Yeah, but when you call people out on it, you risk the you risk being a big hypocrite yourself. So it's kind of, I don't know. I think it's just best to try and do your own thing and trying not to pay any attention to it. Like in music, I was starting to get discouraged when I noticed that the bands that seemed to get all the attention were the rich kids. They would show up at shows and they have the brand new instruments that they were pulling out of their brand new cars and that mommy and daddy bought for them. And I'm like, is this what it really is? To get attention, to get your name in a alternative publication or whatever, you have to be already rich? Isn't that the way of life? But then to say that kind of thing kind of puts you into that, well, maybe you're just jealous that, these people are doing it, and you're just saying that because there was this one band, and I read about them in an alternative thing, and it was like, they're the next big thing, and I don't see anything here. I don't see any blinky lights. I don't see anything. I don't know, and I'm not hearing anything on the... I'm hearing something about another burn. Oh, pretty purple lights.
Requesting fire and P to respond on another illegal burn, approximately 8600 block on 10th. 8600 block on 10th. RP's not sure if it's 8604 or 8605. Police and parties there are burning tires currently in the fire pit. 249. There's actually going to be an ongoing issue with this neighbor person.
Hill Camorra Restoration. What the heck? Is that the name of the street? People are burning tires in their backyard. That would be great neighbors. Yeah. I don't know.
Adam Fraser Party's information, and he's got a resident out of Independence.
Bringing back memories. I'm going to have to start listening to some more Dead Kennedys. I think we are here behind.
Hudson Valley is going to be approximately 8,600 block on 10.
We are behind the tool shed. Tool shed.
Edward.
It's almost 3 in the morning, so they should be closed by now. Although I do see quite a few cars in the parking lot. And quite a few people hanging out on the outside. There's cars, but I don't see any motorcycles.
So they're fire shortly and they'll be around to you.
Yeah. We barely got off the ground when I had a something we tried to call a band, but you know the funny thing was that we were starting to draw a wrong crowd too. We were drawing like juvenile delinquents and stuff. Thought that, you know, the type of music we were playing was all about being destructive. That was another thing that always kind of irked me too. There's a lot of things that irk me, but this whole idea of, to me, it was about creativity, and there was an element, it was all about
806 for a 9-year-old male party with difficulty breathing at 252.
destruction and self-destruction. And I guess, you know, there was a whole nihilistic thread in not just punk rock, but in rock and roll in general that goes all the way back to the early days, you know. Sort of the I don't care attitude, but, you know, prehistoric putt. Indoor mini golf. Oh, that's interesting. That place looks new. Maybe that's a process of growing up too, that, you know, getting out of that nihilistic, how would you say, self-destructive attitude, because you know, part of growing up is knowing that you are not indestructible.
I'll show you clearing in or out at 253.
Yeah, so much of human psychology is about being able to take control over some element of your life, and sometimes the cheapest and easiest way of doing that, which is actually a form of not having control, is what's most accessible to people. And, you know, just being against. And it doesn't matter what it is, it's just being against something.
Approximately the 8600 block RP did know that with 8604 or 8605.
Which means, you know, being anti-authority and anti-this and anti-that, which, you know, you almost have to, you know, you have to reverse that in order for you to be able to move on in life. And instead of being anti, you have to be pro. You have to figure out what you really are about, what you are in favor of, and go with that. What you want to work towards, what you want to build, as opposed to what you want to tear down, because tearing down is easy. And ultimately, what people end up tearing down is themselves. That's what we need to start telling our oldest kid. It's like, look, you have, you're getting into where you're going to be strong. You have muscles, you have ability. You can choose to do destructive things with that, or you should choose to help out people, uplift people. You know, if you have muscles and you're strong, then you should literally use that to carry first your younger siblings, and then to pick people up if you have to. If you see some kid knocking another kid down, go to the kid that was knocked down and try and pick him up. Yeah. And like I say, if you are just if you are just against for the sake of being against and not for, not pro, not trying to build something, then all you find yourself doing is destroying, and then ultimately destroying yourself. The heck is that thing? And it's funny too how things start creeping in to the point where you can't tell the difference between these people who, you know, like if you're anti and you're against everything, then eventually you find yourself right back where society has been all along, i.e., you know, the big creeping thing in punk rock was then we had Nazi skinheads, and then people who are anti, and now they're just like their dads, you know, they're anti these people or those people, or, you know. I met up with that crap too. It was really disgusting, and people who didn't know themselves or didn't know what they wanted or anything, all they wanted was to just fit in, found themselves shaving their heads and putting, you know, joining up with like Nazi groups or whatever. And then you had the people who just stood by and were like, well, you know, I don't care. It's cool. Maybe I do hate black people, you know, kind of thing. And it's like, you know, that's the same mentality that Nazi Germany. And you know, how do you go from this punk rock anti-authority movement straight into the ultimate authoritarian, divisive, you know? And it's because people just didn't know what they wanted. They just wanted to be against. And it's like, it's easy to be against. That's like the whole teenage thing right there, is to be against. But then eventually you've got to grow out of it, because what you're against is yourself. As we find out with our kids. Yeah, and the people who moved on and became the best that they could be were the ones who figured out, well, you know, just trying to tear down stuff
Nothing is found at that address. I believe it may be behind the concrete plant.
is one of the lowest forms of power. When people kind of go, well, I need to be in favor of something. I need to stand for something. Had kind of a temporary roommate who was like that. He talked about the uniform, the dress code. Like you had to dress certain ways, and I'm like, wait a second. Aren't we supposed to be working towards creativity and doing our own thing? And what's this about uniform? You know, the whole don't you dare wear the red braces or the red laces or the white braces or the white laces because you might represent, what was it? If you're wearing white laces and white braces, you're white power, and if you're red, that means you're Nazi, and you got to wear this kind of, you got to wear the spikes in a certain way, and you got to wear this, and we got names for all the different types of weird haircuts, like the mohawk, the jock hawk, the Liberty spikes, and I'm like, this is complicated. My latest viewing habits on YouTube is this one guy who calls himself, what's it, Trash Society. He's got a British accent, and he very interestingly tears down what all the musical history and influences are, and why people got into this or that or the other, and it's very interesting. Does kind of like a rock music history review. I never realized how many rip-offs there were out there, and I had heard of the term power pop, but I never really knew what it was. And this guy started talking about power pop, and I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't be into that. And I was half interested. I'll watch that. And I'm like, well, this is very interesting. And how much power pop actually influenced punk rock. A lot of punk rock was actually power pop. Yeah, they were just victims of their own self-destructive tendencies. You know, when you don't know where you're going, you don't want to stand for something, you become essentially a victim. And then if something comes along and what people end up standing for, like being hateful and divisive and tribal, intensely tribal. You can't fit in with us because you're not wearing the right spikes. Your haircut doesn't fit in. And, you know, you listen to what these people were saying all the time. It was all about conformity. And it's like, again, you go, how do you get from where people start out to, wanting to be different and do their own thing to being the ultimate sheep? So here's a good example. This is how I kind of started getting a little more spiritual and religious. I notice people always talk about, again, here's that being against and not being for. And people are like, well, I am an atheist, or I am agnostic, or I'm this or that. I don't believe in. I'm like, okay, that's fine. That's fine. If you're serious about it, I can respect that. However, when people don't have something greater than themselves to believe in, they start believing in themselves in a very negative way. In other words, they become very full of themselves. And that's the greatest gift having spirituality gives you is, I have to try and word it very carefully because I don't want to turn it into like a evangelical session. But the biggest thing that spirituality gives you is this concept of grace, knowing that you did not invent yourself, you did not create yourself, you owe everything you have to something else. And when people don't have grace, and I include myself in that because there have been times when I've been the same way, we tend to become jerks. We become assholes. And when we were doing that music forum, that was my takeaway from that, was like, here all these people are talking about how they are how they don't believe in anything bigger than themselves, that that, in other words, with the absence of a God in your life, you become your own God, and then you become a lesser God. And so that's where we're at with the kids, is like, okay, we need to center them. And we were brought up Catholic. It's probably not as good a reason as any, but it's probably as good a reason as any to bring them up, Catholic, so they at least have this the stability, the center in their life, that if they reject it later on, or they find something else, at least we give them something to reject. I mean, we try to, as best we can, to be, with failings, I know we fail at it, open-minded. We try to give them some open-minded options. We had been lectured soundly by people who say, I don't believe in that. Kids should be free to make up their own choice. And I'm like, yeah, but not giving them anything is not giving them a choice. And I know there are hard-nosed ways that people go about doing this, some very narrow-minded stuff. Like, you will do this way, without any kind of reason or foundation, other than, it makes us different than those people over there, which is stupid. That's how you take spirituality, and again, human beings being hypocrites as part of our human condition, goes from being something that's maybe loving and good intentioned and eventually ends up being the reason why most human beings end up killing each other. So US 24 looks like it might be busy tonight. Independence Avenue, or the Boulevard, some people call it. I think it is technically a boulevard, but I think most people refer to it as the avenue. Kind of looks foggy and misty tonight. I think sometime or other, somewhere, I need to pull over. And this is probably not the best place to pull over. I pulled over up here one time. I was like, this might be a good spot to hang out. It's kind of interesting. Oh man, I start getting approached by, some of those friendly, crazy Kansas City women. Like, if I hang out here too long, I'm going to attract the Vice Squad. Alright, let's see if I can not get in trouble here. 1 hour parking. I gotta read my mail. This is too much. Oh, we don't have to wear masks anymore. Woo, good.
Truck 7, Med 1, show you en route 2425 Southwest Winterview Court. The EMS call on a ball with a possible head injury. Also has right arm and shoulder pain. 313.
Yesterday was a busy day. Yeah. You have to guard against becoming the thing you hate. potential for more severe weather tomorrow night. Hmm. Traffic collision. Not seen in the mail what I wanted. Maybe skipped right over it. All right. There's that text for that shooting from earlier. And it's time to go. I read all my mail. Huh. Possibly. Somebody getting into the back seat of a car in this neighborhood. This street, this avenue is known for a certain nighttime business which is rather illicit. And so you see a lot of suspicious activity around here. which actually kind of makes it fun to cruise down, but I'm not. I come through here every so often. I don't know, to just sort of check on things, maybe to see how active the night may be. This night has not been so much. Are you saying there's a lot of business women in your neighborhood, and sometimes men? Wow, it's kind of hazy, almost like it's smoky. Oops, I forgot to turn on my scanner again.
Police on the PD to Independence PD on PS dispatch. Not treated. Patient refusal. 309 clear. 7 and 322. Return 6. 7. State Flight 23. Medic 510 300 East 11th Street. Overdose State Flight 23.
Yep, there's a lot of ladies walking around tonight, and I can tell you what their occupation is by the way they look at cars that pass by. Sometimes they'll wave and try and signal for you to come closer to them, but you can tell when they kind of really look at you. And there's a lot of them. There's yeah.
Near Bolin or north of that.
Yep, there's one on the corner. And you don't want to assume, but I guess it is pretty safe to assume that if you're a woman walking around at this time of night, then chances are you're probably in the profession. And it is a hard trade to be in. I don't mean that in a stupid yuck makes it hard way. I mean, like, it's just Yeah, it's dangerous. There's a lot of creeps out there. In the past, when we've come through here, you don't always see women hanging out. You see men hanging out because the Vice Squad has been doing so many sweeps through these areas that instead of women hanging out on the corners being obvious, there's a man there, and you just, I guess the idea is that you approach them or they approach you, and you kind of say what you're looking for, and they'll tell you, all right, well, my friend, this nice young lady, is waiting for you a couple of blocks from here, and it's pushed it into the neighborhoods, which is not a great thing for the neighborhoods. And I know this because I had some friends who lived a couple of blocks off of Independence Avenue, and they were kind of getting sick of the pimps and the women plying the trade in their yard, just on the street in front of their house or what. And they were like, there's this one guy named Roger who everybody kind of knows around here, and he was so sick of it, he was actually taking a low-powered BB gun and shooting at him with it. I'm like, that sounds pretty dangerous, but if you knew Roger, he didn't care. Ugh. Alright. I'm going north of the river. Yet again, I have to go visit a bathroom. I was thinking I was going to hit up the Trip Quick over by Southwest Boulevard, but then I was like, oh wait, that's kind of far away, and the one across the river is closer. I have obviously had something in my diet that doesn't agree with me. TMI. Here's a traffic light that has managed to do nothing but stop cars. So I come through and it's red for me. Then it turns green just as a car is approaching from the other intersection. I'm like, I don't understand traffic lights. A lot of them have the magnetic sensor, and essentially, it stays green for the main roads and the side streets. If you approach it, the magnetic sensor will detect your car and change the light for you. But it seems like a lot of them don't. All right. Oasis, otherwise known as Trip Quick. The gas is cheaper up here, actually. 10 cents lower than it was in Westport. Alrighty, I gotta run in really fast. Take care of business. TMI. external mic is connected. Ought to sound a little different.
Showing 11077 out of Kansas City, shoplifting for 1,020 Felder. Show me back 10 Felder. Street Bank Service 354.
CMS is responding to the O'Connor Lodge on a medical aid that requested information only 0355. O'Connor Lodge, First Street, across the Southeast Salem, F159C Zebra, CMS, possible cardiac, 355. Emails telling low, I believe. His is turned off because we're getting a much larger radius, but it's also paying in attendance.
Copy. Is there still paying at that same general location?
Also then calling in and giving them updates on the thing.
Copy. Thank you. If you talk to him again, just advise him that we are taking this right now as a kidnapping.
Copy.
There's no coming back to. Copy. You're clear of the hospital, back in service.
Back in service 356. EMS, possible cardiac, Econo Lodge, 410 Southeast 1st Street, room 103, across the Southeast Salem, at 159Z Zebra at 358.
North Kansas City.
Are either one of you in a position where you can move out for home paperwork for him, please, to go to Jackson? If I can do that.
500-6522. Agent 3, are you responding? Agent 3 responding. Agent 3, so you're responding with mid 3189 in St. Mary, 111 Northwest Lock, room S2. You'll be going for a patient who told her alarm company she needs to go to the hospital to follow up on some symptoms from cancer. We haven't been able to get in touch with the facility in order to confirm. Did you report to Fort Wheeler? Derek, when you come back here real quick, I want to photograph her car she was here. Chevy truck, no plates. It's taken off from me. Westbound on 56. 56. Still westbound, he's blacked out now. I'm 90%. Still 7840. 322+7. Half 7. Copy information. Here's the 3-man 3 in service. Man 3 in service. Only emergency 424. Partners on with him right now. I suppose